As we get started, let's stand and do the Pledge of Allegiance. If I could have maybe Bruce lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Do roll call.
Clinton Barris.
Here.
Joe Weatherby. Chris Berg.
Here.
Jim Shaw. Jeff Kramer.
Here.
Justin Brulin. Jack Curlett.
Here.
Bruce Ferrer. Ben Daughtry.
Here.
Linda Kruska. George Garrett. Richard Gospel. Ted Lund. David Hottop. Julianne Floyd. Don Kincaid.
Here.
Bob Smith.
Here.
Stephen Leopold. Rob Harris. Jerry Lorenz. Pete Frezza.
Here.
David Makepeace.
Here.
Susie Rowland.
Here.
Corey Malcolm.
Here.
Diane Sylvia. Rob Mitchell. Tim Grolleman. Martin Moe.
Here.
Alex Grolski. Ken Nedimyer.
Here.
Jessica Pulfer.
Here.
George Nugent. Heather Carruthers. Andy Newman. Eric Hanty.
Here.
Bruce Popham.
Here.
Ken Redda.
Here.
David Vaughn.
Here.
Shelley Kruger. Ed Barham.
Here.
Kenny Blackburn. John O'Malley. Pat Bradley. Steve Blackburn. Michael Capelli. Phil Goodman.
Here.
Alfredo Escanio. David Dupre.
I'm here instead.
Pat Langley. John Hunt. Heather Blau.
Here.
Nancy Finley. Karen Rain. Joanna Walzak.
Here.
Tracy Ziegler.
Here.
Playing with my microphone over there.
I'm just making sure that we can hear you, Ken. That you're
All right.
good.
Can I get a motion to approve the minutes? Is there any discussion on it too? Motion for approval of minutes of last meeting? Hello?
So moved.
I didn't hear that. Oh, Clinton Barris, make motion second.
Second.
Any discussion or amendments to the minutes from last meeting? None noted, so any opposition to approval? None noted, done. Any changes or additions to the agenda for today? Can I entertain a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Ben Daughtry made a motion first, and
Second.
Bruce Popham seconded. Thank you. All right,
Quick.
we'll move on. Just a few comments. I don't really want to spend a lot of time. Today's meeting is going to be a little bit shorter because we have the Ecosystem Protection Work Group scheduled to meet later in this week, and they've had a grueling schedule, so has the staff. And we just thought it'd be better to try to get through this meeting and end it a little bit earlier than normal, and just stop beating it up. We are live on the internet again today, thanks to Clinton Barris and FloridaKeys.com. Is it on the FloridaKeys.NOAA.gov website?
No, it's keysnews.com/Sanctuary Advisory Council.
Okay, so keysnews.com.
There's a link from our website.
There's a link from our website. I was looking at the website last night. I didn't see that link on there, but I didn't really spend too much time looking. I mean, I was looking at other things. So anyway, we are live. Please remember to pass the microphone or wait for a microphone. When Mary hands you the microphone, it will be live, so don't go fiddling with buttons, turning it off, and then asking for another one, because she's not going to give you one. Anyway, we go through it every time. So there's going to be a sign-up sheet that gets passed around for lunch. The Islander is providing lunch for us. If we want to eat here, it's $16. They prefer cash. And here's the menu, and your name is on the back here. And if you're a guest, I guess that if you want to sign up and put your name on there, you can do that too. So all the SAC members' names on here, just check it. And if we pass it to the audience, and anybody in the audience would like to join for lunch for $16, lunch will be served upstairs, I think, on the veranda. And it's usually a good lunch. It saves you from going out. And you can find a cheaper lunch at Burger King, but this is nice, and we're all here, and you don't have to drive anywhere. So anyway, today we're going to have public comment at 11:45, which is later than normal, and then we're going to have one at the end of the day, I think about 2:30 or so, something like that. So if you have comments that you'd like to make, you can, there's a table on the back here. Is it outside or right here? And there's a sign-up sheet. You can sign up for the public comment. It'd be better if we got the sign-up sheets before public comment started. It's kind of awkward when you decide you want to speak at the last second and try to fill one out. You can also write comments on there and submit it, and we will get those comments passed around to the SAC. So, and try to limit your comments. I think we have 15 minutes in the morning. You know, we're not going to go all day listening to public comment, and we need to hear the public comment, but we don't want to. We have an agenda and some things that we need to accomplish too, so we will be limiting it to 3 minutes, and you can always do 2 public comments today if you want. And we're trying to do the public comments based on the agenda, so if you want to comment on something not on the agenda, that's the time to comment. If we're something that we're going to be voting on, I don't know where I'm going. You can comment on anything you want, but if it's an action item, there will be an opportunity to comment before we take any decisive action, if we ever take decisive action. That's kind of it. I did attend, I don't know whether anybody in here or how many people in here attended any of the last work group meetings. I attended the last part of the one in Key Largo a couple weeks ago, and I have to say I was a little discouraged. I felt like there was not a lot of action taking place. I felt like the meeting was being dominated by people in the audience speaking out, and it was not, I was concerned that we're not going to accomplish what we need to accomplish, and so I think we need to have a discussion on how we move forward in these meetings, and we also need to be mindful of the intent of the work groups and the goal, and if the work groups can't accomplish that goal, then it's going to be up to the staff and the SAC to accomplish that goal. And that, the goals are pretty clear, they're spelled out every time. I was looking at them, and I don't really want to go into it too deeply, but and I think we'll be talking about that some today. I'm just, I'm concerned that the work group is not accomplishing what it needs to accomplish. Some of it because it's being dominated by people sitting in the audience yelling and not being respectful. It's just not the way we're going to get forward and do what we need to do. I brought some books. We've talked a lot about Marine Reserves. There's certainly a group of people in the Florida Keys and coming to these meetings that don't believe they work and don't believe that they're a viable option. But these are just a few of the books I've collected over the last few years, and there's a ton of work that's been done on Marine Reserves for a long time. This isn't new. This isn't an experiment. This is, there's a lot of good work that's been done, and we're on the right track. The SAC clearly has said and given direction to, define some new areas for marine reserves. I think the sanctuary is behind it. It's tough. It's not easy. I think we need to maybe be thinking outside the box a little bit, but this is our chance. If we believe this works, and there's a lot of people that do believe it works, this is our chance. And I think if we don't take that chance, then the quality of fishing, the quality of the resource is going to continue to degrade it at a faster and faster rate. So I just, we're at a really critical time right now, and it's real important that this SAC and these work groups step up to the table and do the right thing. So that's all I have to say before I get myself in trouble. So I'm going to hand this over to Beth. We're really going to spend a lot of time this morning talking about that process, the work group, Ecological Reserve work group, just a lot of stuff that's going on. We want to spend time on that this morning, and want to get you guys up to speed. So, Ms. Beth, you're not quite ready. So. One works.
There you go.
I'm awake.
Okay, good morning. Sorry about that. So I'm just going to give a quick update and review of where we are and where we're going for the overall regulatory review and marine zoning process. Not much has changed since we reviewed this in December and in February, but just making sure everyone's aware of where we are and where we're going and where you as SAC and the public can get engaged and be involved. So again, you've seen this many times. This is the overall schedule for the process that involves all three of the working groups, two of which finished their work last year, the Ecosystem Protection Working Group, which is meeting now through early July, and then the process to bring all the recommendations before this advisory council to develop a recommendation for the sanctuary superintendent, for then a draft environmental impact statement to be developed, that put out for public comment, and then a final environmental impact statement. More close in time is the Ecosystem Protection Working Group. As Ken noted, that working group has been meeting. These are the two meetings that have already taken place. One in the Marathon Garden Club to reconvene and revisit their charge. The second meeting, which was, I think, 3 weeks ago, was in Key Largo, and the focus there was on the Upper Keys region. This Thursday and Friday, we'll be meeting in Marathon at the Garden Club, and we'll be looking at the Middle Keys region. Then in mid-May, we'll be meeting in Key West at the Eco Discovery Center, where we'll be discussing the Lower Keys region. Again, in early June, we'll be meeting in Key West at the Eco Discovery Center, where we'll be looking at the Marquesas and Tortugas region. And finally, this is something that has changed due to working group member schedules. We changed the dates of the final meeting. So that meeting will be July 8th and 9th, and that has been updated on the website and in our flyers and informational materials. So that is a date change. And we'll be meeting in Marathon, and that is where the working group will be looking at all of the work they've done at each of the regional meetings and developing preliminary recommendations for this spot. All of this information is available on the website, floridakeys.noaa.gov. For general information about the regulatory review process, it's that first link. Specific to the Ecosystem Protection Working Group, it's that link. And then, of course, you are the body that the public can engage with, interface with, provide comments and input to. So, any questions or further comments from the council? Chris.
How's this? Good morning. So, I'm on that working group, as are several other of the SAC members and alternates. And, Ken expressed his disappointment, I guess, in the meeting, the Upper Keys oriented working group meeting. And I'll just say what I was disappointed in. The level of participation from other SAC members. Ken was the only other SAC member that I'm aware of that turned up at that meeting. These are important meetings, and you all, SAC members, are some of the most informed members of the public. Of course, everybody's welcome, and their voices are all important, but we have more meetings, Middle Keys, Lower Keys, Marquesas. We need you all to be there and listen and talk. As for, Ken, your disappointment in the outcomes, which are of course still very preliminary, I think that as a general, it's a fact that the Upper Keys region of the Marine Sanctuary is more hemmed in with other existing protected areas, with the national parks, Biscayne and Everglades, with the existing Pennycamp State Park, with lots of spas. Doing anything dramatic up there, creating a marine reserve up there, like the ones that we have in the Bright Tortugas or in the Lower Keys, was, I think, harder there than anywhere else. And so far, our group hasn't made a recommendation to that end. And there have been 2 waves in this ecosystem protection working group process. There was the original first 7 meetings, and there certainly were ideas about largish marine reserves put forth in those meetings. But then we rebooted, or however you want to look at it, and now we're into this second wave, which has some real pluses, including the regionalization of the meetings and deeper treatment of the scientific information, and a lot of pluses. But the Upper Keys, more so than anywhere else, I think, is a tough nut to crack when it comes to establishing or making a recommendation about an ecological reserve. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, what I was going to do just really quickly was going to introduce Shay and Angela. That's kind of feeding off of what Chris had just mentioned. Was talk a little bit about what has been going on with the working group in terms of a lot more integration of the science. This is the work that's been done, I'd say, over the last 6 months and as well as over the last year. It's integrating and taking data that most of the SAC members share with. I mean, we've seen over the years presentations from various scientists, from Stephen Miller to Ben Ruttenberg, most recently, as well as countless other scientists we brought in to kind of talk about how things are responding to different management techniques, and this monitoring that's been occurring over the last 15, 20 years since implementation of the sanctuary is really what we've been trying to do in terms of feeding into sort of the body of knowledge for the working group to make decisions, recommendations, if they're going to make any, and so it's kind of a constant refinement, but again, I just kind of wanted to just remind folks to bring this all back to the original science document that kind of started all this, and that was the condition report. And in that, it talks about a declining condition of biologically structured habitats. How is it changing? Remember, that was in the orange. You guys remember the colors that go from green to red? That was in the orange with a trend of declining, and that's as well as the levels of human activities that influence habitat quality. How are those changing? That was in the orange as well. That was also declining. Those were some of the key bases for what your council, that's how you structured your goals and objectives. And those goals and objectives, in looking at improving, maintaining, increasing the condition of the different types of habitats, that is really, that drove a lot of how we wanted to bring information to the working groups, bring information to the advisory council. And so this morning, you're going to have Shay and Angela present the work that they've been working on recently in terms of integrating this data. I want folks to be thinking about that and definitely ask questions. Ask questions, about, what are we looking at? What are we not looking at? We're one of the most data-rich places really in the world in terms of coral reef ecosystems, and that's not just natural resource data, but also socioeconomic data and human use data. So we've got a lot of information to work with. You never have perfect information, so there's once you see a little, you always want more. That's totally natural. But this is really an opportunity, we thought, to be a good chance for the advisory council to kind of see the tools that the working group has been using, the science that's been put out there, how we've been working on integrating it, and then and kind of how to move forward. So you're going to see, again, both the socioeconomic side as well as the natural resource side. Both we are very rich in terms of this data comparatively. So with that, I just kind of want to make that the introduction. I'm going to introduce, I don't know, Shay Viehman to start off. She's one of our scientists in the National Center for Coastal and Ocean Science out of Beaufort. And after that, we'll have Angela Orthmeyer, who's out of Silver Spring, one of our economists, social scientists, presenting that type of data. Again, encourage you to ask questions about what you're seeing, and think about how that can be used. This is going to be forming, eventually that I don't know, platform for what will be the environmental impact statement. And this is, meant to inform you in your decisions in making choices, making recommendations. So, no further ado, I'll turn it over to Shay.
Not used to the mic. Okay. Thank you for the introduction, Sean. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. As Sean said, my name is Shay Viehman. I'm an ecologist with NOAA, with the National Center for Coastal Ocean Science. And I'm part of a larger team that's been working on a project to compile the data for this process. Angela Orthmeyer, my colleague, will present next on the human use data. I'm going to cover an introduction to GIS and the natural use data. First of all, let me start with asking, how many of you guys have used Google Earth? Fantastic. That's going to make my job so much easier to talk about GIS. So the Florida Keys really are a beautiful aerial photo. We all know it. We all love the Keys. Part of this process has been to figure out where are the locations of special places, where are locations that need extra effort or extra attention, or however you choose to define it. Let's start with a map of the Keys. This is a lot like Google Earth, and that this is a spatial map. So I'm going to walk you through the assembly of a spatial map. When we use GIS, Geographical Information Systems, that's a way to assemble spatial data so we can use it and query it. So this is just a plain map. We can layer on the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary boundary, the national park boundaries. We can stack on the national wildlife refuges, the locations of the spas, ecological reserves, and special use areas. Kind of small here, this is the small screen. The Florida Keys regions, as the working groups are meeting. And we have the lobster trap exclusion areas. This is a national marine fisheries area. Really hard to see. It's just an example of how when you look at things on the Keys wide scale, hard to see them, we can zoom in, and they're there. So all I'm doing here is showing you an example of how things are hard to see at the Keys scale. We can zoom in and see more. To summarize, so spatial data and GIS, Geographical Information System, it's geographically referenced information with points like GPS coordinates that you would take out while you're out on your boat, lines such as a boat track or areas for boundaries. Polygons would be the sanctuary borders, squares or rectangles or whatever that have an area within them, or aerial imagery like Google Earth. So we can stack those together in the Geographical Information Systems. And we can organize the data that way, we can query it, and analyze it, and this allows us to ask how much of a resource we have and where is it spatially. So Sean mentioned all these different presentations you all have seen from different researchers. Our job in this project was to go out to those researchers, get the data from them, put them into these GIS so we can query it in ways that you all can ask questions and the working group can ask questions, and really how much and where things are. For example, how much area is currently within the zones? I'm going to show a few examples during this presentation. We probably won't go into as much detail as we do with the working group, so those of you who are on the working group can breathe a sigh of relief. In the Upper Keys, here are the areas that we have. The sanctuary border here is in blue, around here. The spas and special use areas are in navy, right out here. Conch Reef is in a blue stripe, kind of hard to see. The NMFS areas close to lobster trap here are in the brown. And Pennicamp State Park is in green. On our legend also shows the Pennicamp Coral Formation areas in purple. So we can say how much area is currently within the zones within this Upper Keys region. We can look at the area, spas and special use areas, the lobster management areas, and the remaining area within the Lower Keys National Marine Sanctuary to get total area here, and also display it as a pie chart so we can look at percentages. So for the Upper Keys, you can see that a lot of the area is outside of any spas, special use areas, or NMFS or Pennicamp special use area, or lobster management areas. So we can look at this specifically for natural resources and ask similar questions. First of all, some terminology. I'm not an artist, I'm a scientist, so these are my representations of coral. Abundance just means counts. Density would be count per unit area. So we've got our meter quad right around here. So this would be 4 corals per meter squared. Species richness would be numbers of different species. Not testing my artistic abilities. We're going to go with different colors mean different species. So here we have 3 different species. The yellow species, the brown species, which there are 2 of, and the beige one. So here we have 3. I'm going to come back to this a fair amount during the presentation, so I wanted to make sure we were clear about it up front. We've compiled lots and lots and lots of data. And our challenge has really been how to present it in ways that everyone can wrap their head around. Everyone from scientists to people who have never seen a map before and never used Google Earth. You guys got that blown out of the water, so you're all set. So we have data on habitat, turtle grass, where the high relief reefs, resilient reefs, where the ESA species, where the stony corals, where the soft corals, where the fish spawning aggregations, where the conch. I'm not going to go through all of these today. A lot of this data for the Upper Keys is on the website already. I can certainly answer any questions you have as well. But this is some of the natural resource data that's available. So let's look at habitat. We're really, really fortunate because the state of Florida and NOAA has just finished a benthic habitat map. So it's updated, brand new, state of the art. And what they do to get this data is they fly over and get aerial imagery, and then they go ground truth it to make sure that that seagrass patch is where the map says it is. So it shows the whole Keys, and we can use this to ask the question of how our habitat's distributed, for example, through the Upper Keys. I did not specifically request a small screen so you guys couldn't see everything, so let's zoom in here. This area in black, I carry sport. Okay, so in this habitat map, the seagrass is greenish. We've got where the patch reefs are and the pink. Where's the hard bottom, where the sand is in beige, overlaid with, remember the zones, the Pennicamp Coral Formation areas in purple, and Carey Sport Spa here in blue. So this is really helpful for the working group to look at specific areas and say, what type of habitat is there? On the big map, you can see there's a giant area of yellow. This is an area that has not yet been mapped. We can again show this in how much area within each of those habitat types is in the spas, special use areas, within the NMFS and Pennicamp lobster management areas, and the remaining sanctuary area. We specifically queried this oceanside only. So when you see oceanside here, that's just going to be oceanside. And real quick, some pie charts. Here's the percentage of areas within each of those zoning types, spa special use areas, NMFS and Pennicamp lobster management areas, and the remaining FKNMS. And yellow here again is unmapped. Yeah. So the yellow would tie into the yellow on the map. So we'll do this for each of the regions during the meeting. And this data is on the website again. You can also ask where the locations of high relief reefs. This data comes from the NMFS diver surveys, or fish surveys. They were looking at high relief, and by relief we mean how tall is the reef. These are the areas of tall reef, as shown in the picture here. And where are the locations of resilient reefs? In green here, we have the data from Rob Van Wozik at FIT, where he analyzed the Florida Reef Resilience Program coral surveys, where he spatially selected the data for high coral colony density and relatively low observations of disease and bleaching. You can show it by area as well. And we can also show species level information. There are some species, such as those considered for listing under the Endangered Species Act, that we need to take a species level approach rather than an ecosystem level approach. So for coral, here are the current and candidate ESA species. Elkhorn coral, Acropora palmata, staghorn coral, Acropora cervicornis are currently listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. Pillar coral, Dendrogyra cylindris, is currently listed as threatened with the state of Florida. And those species are candidate species for endangered species status under the Endangered Species Act, along with boulder star coral, Montastria annularis, mountainous star coral, Montastria fabulata, and star coral, Montastria frankstein. Also, the candidate species for threatened status under the ESA, sheet coral, Agaricia lamarcki, and elliptical star coral, Tychosinia stokesi. And we can show where these colonies are present based on the surveys from the SCREAM team at Nova Southeastern University, the Florida Reef Resilience Program, Coral Reef Ecosystem Monitoring Program, and Fisheries and FWC's Endangered Species Monitoring Program. So you guys are amazingly blessed with a ton of data, and you're really, really lucky. Joe.
Shay, I can't, if I've been told, I can't recall, but what's that, how does it go from candidate threatened to an endangered species or a threatened species? What's that process look like? How long does it take? Who decides? I'm curious about
Okay. The process is with the National Marine Fisheries Service, has jurisdiction over that. And as far as how long it takes, I don't really have an answer to that. Someone here in the room may know that better than I do. So
the species would be in the water, it's National Marine Fisheries? Because they wouldn't be, bald eagles, right?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
So I know it's in process, and they're expecting an answer on that within the next few years. But that's all. That's all I know. But I can put you in touch with the person who would know the ins and outs of that process, and perhaps the sanctuary people would as well. So real quick, a little video of a really nice location in, whoops, we can get it to play, in the Upper Keys. It has a lot of pillar corals there. So this video comes to us from the state of Florida researchers who are looking at pillar corals. And this is one of the few, or maybe the only known location in the Keys where there are both male and female pillar corals. So they have the potential to successfully reproduce. And it's a really amazing stand pillar coral. Sorry, I don't sing, so you don't get any musical accompaniment. So to put that cool video on a map, something in the translation, we've got our benthic habitat map here that you guys saw earlier, with the green being seagrass, the red and the reddish brown being reef, patch reef and linear reef, the white being sand areas, and the brown here being hard bottom. And now we're going to layer on top of it the locations where some of the threatened coral species are present. So here's our legend. The cross here is where staghorn coral is present. So all those little crosses are where staghorn corals are present. Elkhorn coral, the circle, is where elkhorn species are present. So a lot of those crosses have circles around them. That means there are both species there. The triangle here is where pillar coral is present, this location. Here, 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 here. And so this is an example of how we start layering things on so the working group can query where things aren't dated.
If you're going to get to it, just cut me off. Do you have any data on change over time? The branching coral information, for example, you've got where they are. Since 90-some-odd% of them are gone, is there a data set on where they used to be? Or for anything else, change over time?
Right, we can show.
This data is valuable, but seeing the trends would also
Where
be
it used to
valuable.
be as well. So the locations have a year associated with them. We could do a query on where they were differently per year. As far as I know, none of the researchers have specifically addressed that aside from the state of Florida's Coral Reef Ecosystem Monitoring Program that goes back to 30 individual sites and looks at change over time at those sites. And I may or may not have that slide in this presentation, but I could certainly pull that up. That is something we've showed the working group, that change over time.
So it is on the website, it's just not in your presentation?
Correct.
Cool.
I would just add that question has a temporal component to it. So, fundamentally, if you core down into the reefs in the Florida Keys, you find signs of these species at most reefs. But we're talking about thousands of years ago. When they established the critical habitat, which is the maps of where staghorn and elkhorn coral critical habitat is, they fundamentally said all of the Keys reefs and all of the reefs of Southeast Florida. So they could be anywhere. In most cases, they have been there in the past, but it may have been the distant past. But some of these crosses and circles are from data sets that are as old as 15 or 20 years ago, and some of those may be gone, and others may have popped up. And I would just also add that these are the places, that this is not an exhaustive census. Somebody didn't go to every single square meter of coral reef in the Florida Keys and say, yes, it's here, or no, it's not. People went for a variety of different scientific purposes to look at coral populations or to look for these specific species. And they only went to a subset of the reef, and where they found it, this is what you see here.
That's a very good point, Chris. Where there's no locations, that doesn't mean absent. It just means that those areas may not have been surveyed. And we can certainly query them by year if that's something that you or the working groups are interested in seeing.
Actually, there is a study for the Tortugas in specific. I don't have the exact years, but I think the original survey was done in like 1938 or something like that. And then there's one done in the probably middle 90s. And it's a scientific paper that shows a huge difference in the quantities of branching corals from, I'm thinking it's 1938, I may be wrong on that, up till almost the present.
Yeah, I apologize for not using the mic before, but my temporal question was in decades as opposed to millennium. Not that both aren't valuable, but in terms of our deliberations, I was more concerned with decade level. And of course, wherever there's branching coral rubble, we know it was there historically, recently, so relatively speaking. So.
Great questions. Definitely one of the challenges with this project has been to make sure all the limitations of the data sets are addressed, and all these studies were collected in different ways. And some studies we may not know about, some of them you all may know far more about, so it's great to have this sort of direction from you all. So based on the studies that we do know about, and the locations that we do know about, we can ask what proportions of sites with ESA coral species are present in current zones. Certainly we can do this for any species, and I'll just show you one example. here for pillar corals. Pillar corals are threatened within the state of Florida. They're candidate endangered species. In the whole Florida Coral Reef Tract, there are 81 known sites with pillar coral presence. 52 of those are in the Upper Keys region. Here is the map of where those known locations are in pink triangle, so maybe you can see it a little better. Here are their distributions within spas and special use areas. There are 13 locations. Within Henson Pennecamp's lobster management areas, there are 10. And within the remaining sanctuary, oceanside only, of course, there are 29 locations. Here is the distribution as well. So one of the things we showed the working group is this for staghorn coral and for elkhorn coral and for the other candidate species as well. Those are on the website, and I can show you those during the break if you'd like. And again, these are known locations, and we have not done distribution maps.
I just wanted to make an observation before I lose the thought that those National Marine Fisheries Service no trapping zones, and that's all they do is prevent trapping, lobster and crab trapping, were designed specifically for staghorn and elkhorn coral. So they took the known data from these surveys, said, okay, where has somebody actually seen these species, and then based the establishment of those no trapping zones on that data alone. If there's pillar coral in them, that's serendipity, and that, I think, goes to show that to some degree a reef's a reef, and what's good habitat for a cropora is going to be good habitat for other species. But just, again, the limitations and the backstory of both the data and the way that it's been applied is important.
Great point.
Can I make
Yeah.
also real quick? Just now that it's on my mind here. So basically, there's 23 areas where the pillar corals are where there's not allowed to have traps. How many of those areas out of the 23, 52 areas are you not allowed to anchor in? Because I think, when we start talking about all this stuff, one of my biggest concerns is, you stop the traps and all that, but, anchoring is just as much or more of a damage area. And how many of these areas, Sean, are closed to anchoring?
Yeah, so at least for anchoring, it would be the 13, the sanctuary preservation areas. There's no restriction on anchoring in the other two. In the lobster trap zones and Pennecamp zones, restricted under the other state or federal action. So it's only in the sanctuary preservation areas where we have a regulation restricting anchoring, and even that it's limited to if mooring ball, basically if mooring ball is available in one of the sanctuary preservation areas, we're required to use it.
I just wanted to make that point that, Chris, is working with everything we did to that point. If, we don't just address the traps, we address everything in those areas, if we are really trying to protect it. Thanks.
And while we're here, the pillar coral video that you saw is located right there. Fish aggregations for spawning is another area we've been asked to provide data on. The data sources for this are from NOAA and from the Marathon Lab, the FWC Marathon Lab. And the methods for this study, I think Alejandro Acosta or Danny Morley may have presented to you guys on this study. So the researchers interviewed local fishermen on where they had observed snapper and grouper spawning aggregations, and then they went out and tried to field ground truth those observations, to go out and see if they could locate the spawning aggregations and what species were there. Now, it's a pretty tricky thing to find a spawning aggregation because they don't happen all the time. So the data is presented in various levels of the scientists' belief and confidence that area is a spawning aggregation. So we can show it in single species and multi-species, and they've classified it as present, in which they actually observe the spawning occurring, as probable, where behavior was consistent with spawning, so there were color changes and there were some aggregations, but not the actual spawning itself. potential, so some of the signs of spawning, but not as many behavior changes, and then reported if they'd heard from fishers that that was an indication of spawning aggregation, but they had not been able to confirm it. So different ways of classifying it. And here's the Upper Keys map. So for single species, we've got red for present, orange for probable, green for potential, and blue for reported. And then for multi-species, the same thing, different levels. Red to blue from present to reported over the map that we've been looking at. So Cubera snapper is reported, spawning right up here at the northern end. Black grouper is a well-known aggregation off of Carey Sport. Button snapper, black grouper, and yellowtail snapper, all three of them are reported and potential for an area here. And then yellowtail snapper are reported further south. So that's a lot of data on individual species or groups of species, but it's more of an ecosystem approach. So we really struggled with how to present the coral reef community in ways that was accessible to everyone. So we're not using a really long, fancy equation, so nobody understood it, even me. We're just scaling it way back so it's accessible. I'll walk you through how we did that, but first let me talk about the data sets and data sources. So first we have the Reef Fish Visual Census. This data is from the NOAA National Marine Fisheries and partners, including University of Miami, the FWC lab, and many others in the area. Their methods are diver-based stationary survey on hard bottom reefs. So the diver goes in and stays in one place and counts all the fish around him for a certain amount of time. And it's on hard bottom only. So the data that we have here is limited to hard bottom. There are many, many metrics we can mine out of this data set, including some very basic ones, fish abundance and species richness. How many fish there are, how many species there are. We have the data that the working group can look at also on abundance of grouper snapper complex, abundance of Nassau and Goliath groupers, abundance of fish species within the marine life fisheries, abundance of the top 10 fish species within the marine life fishery, parrotfish, barracuda, permit, you name it, we can tell you what species and what sort of abundance it is. And so the coral data, we've talked about a little bit already. The data sources are from the SCREAM team at NOAA Southeastern University, from the Florida Reef Resilience Program, which is sponsored by the Nature Conservancy, and many, many partners in the area contribute to that, and from the FWC Coral Reef Ecosystem Monitoring Program. And some metrics from these data sets include percent benthic cover, how much coral covers an area, density, species richness for stony coral, and for octocoral. So we're taking this data from field sampling, from somebody out there counting, putting it on the map as a point. But one of the data set survey constraints for these data are that they represent a larger area, not just at that point. So a grid cell, this is our 200-meter grid cell. You guys are going to hear me use that term over and over. So that's taking what's happening in one area and extrapolating it to the larger reef area. And then we'll take that out to a larger grid cell so that it's easy to see when we back it out to the region scale. Let me show you an example of what I'm talking about. But first, let me tell you how we're ranking these survey sites. So the sites that you see in red are the top 25% of sites relative to other ones in that region. They're the ones with the highest abundance or diversity or what have you. The ones in yellow are 25 to 75%. They're the medium sites. They're ranked relative to the region. And the ones in blue are the bottom 25% of the sites. Let me just be clear on this. We're ranking these sites relative to that region. So for the Upper Keys, it's just the Upper Keys region. And it's just for whatever metric we're looking at. So fish abundance ranked against fish abundance for all the other sites within the Upper Keys. So let's show some of the data for fish abundance. How many fish are there? And for fish diversity, how many species of fish are there? Here's what the map would look like if we just looked at locations of surveys. Here are the survey points. This isn't really going to help us determine where are the locations of high fish species richness. So when I was talking about that 200-meter grid cell, the larger area, this is how the surveys were designed, and the grid cells. And the red ones are areas of high fish species richness relative to other areas in the region. If you're wondering where this is, I think it's off of Perry's work. But all this maps, again, are on the website, and we can show you as well. Chris?
And back to the assumptions and what went into this. This survey started by finding maps of known reefs and then selecting among known reefs. So this doesn't sample seagrass, this doesn't sample the sand, it doesn't sample the whatever, hard bottom even, I don't think. They have mapped reefs and they divided them into a grid and they went to a subset of them.
That's very, very correct. And the maps, the regions that they determined where the reefs were from that hard bottom map, that habitat map that we showed you before. So if we look at this for an entire region, it gets really messy and the grid cells get really small, and it's hard to tell where areas of clumped high fish species richness are. So let's move this over and show you. We've looked at the data on a larger scale, on the 1 kilometer scale, and these pink squares that you see behind it are an example of the high level. So if we're moving from a close view to a 50,000-foot view, where are the areas that all those 200-meter grid blocks come out as high? So we're re-ranking it based on a larger area. And this is really useful if you're looking at a large area to see what areas maybe you want to look more closely at, to zoom in on and look more closely. So it's a guidance for the working groups and for you all. And what areas might be worth a closer look. So we've done this for stony coral cover, have the titles up here, and stony coral species richness as well, where cover is high on this one, and the number of species is high on this one. Medium is yellow, and blue is low. So we can see that turtle rocks show up high in coral species richness and a little bit of cover. Basin Hill shoals comes up high in cover and richness, and some scattered areas down here as well. So when we're looking at it region-wide, it really helps to look at the 1 kilometer scale. When we're zooming in with the interactive GIS and really getting down into the nitty-gritty of localized areas, then we go back to those smaller grid cells to show what's there based on the surveys. And areas that don't have grid cells covering them, maybe that there were no surveys down there, it may be that there's no hard bottom there. There's our no data areas. So here it is for stony coral cover and species richness. For the upper part of the Upper Keys region, you can see, especially you guys in the back of the room that probably can't see those little squares, it's a little easier to see the big ones, to see where they overlap for coral species richness. I just had one more little video to show you, but before we go there, does anyone have any questions on this? Because this is wrapping up the natural resource presentation.
Was that site with the pillar corals in it, the one you said that it was the only one you know of that's actually got male and female components? Is that in one of these protected areas?
That is, I'll have to go back to that.
Oh,
I think it's within a NIMS area close to a lobster trap here.
I'm
So
just
it's not-
curious,
it's
I
not
think
in
that's definitely one area, if that's the only site we know of like that we should really try and protect it.
Yeah, I can go back to that map that shows it if you guys would like. Or we can also show that offline as well. But yeah, it's within an area that's close to lobster trapping only.
Right,
Yeah.
I was just bringing it up because, they're looking at sites. This is a great one, because it's the only one like that. And, there shouldn't be any trapping, there shouldn't be any fishing, there shouldn't be any diving during the spawn, There shouldn't be anything there, really. It should be left to go.
So So both the fish study and the coral studies, obviously, they were reef oriented. So all the pinkish boxes here are places that have coral reef in them. And I think it's an important question or consideration because of the objectives for the regulatory review process to also factor in the adjacency of seagrasses, hard bottom, non-coral reef hard bottom, mangroves, you name it. That's all spelled out in the objectives of the process. And this analysis is useful, but it is a reef analysis.
That's a very good point. And so when we have been doing live GIS discussions with the working groups, we've been layering the benthic habitat map on this. It's a little busy for this presentation. So remember where the map that we saw seagrass and sand and hard bottom? You can layer that under this one and show proximity to other habitat types as well. But it is very true that most of the research for this area is reef oriented.
I think it's absolutely critical that we use this data, that we have this data to create the kind of protection that we need for the reefs at this particular point in time. But I do want to take this, I'll be brief. It's been a long time since I've done this, and I think that I should do it again just as a reminder. And that's that back in the 70s and early 80s, the reefs were being impacted quite a bit by human activities, but they were still vibrant. And then in 1983, we had the diadema die-off. And diadema are the keystone herbivore of our reefs and the reefs throughout the tropical Western Atlantic. And within a very short period of time, after the diadema were essentially eliminated, the basic ecology of the reefs changed completely. And instead of coral domination on the reefs, you had macroalgae domination. And that has persisted through to this day and has caused or been a significant factor in the demise of many of the corals and the loss of coral cover from like 40–50% down to 6%. And until we can repair that particular damage, the loss of that keystone herbivore, it's still going to be an upward, a very difficult upward climb to protect and to restore the reefs. And one of our major charges at this point is coral restoration. And we are working on that very diligently, and I know that that's not the subject here, but I think it's something that we should consider very much so when we create these zones, to be able to include coral restoration as a major point within the establishment of marine protected areas. Because if we don't actually do restoration work by repairing the factor of herbivory on the reefs, we're not going to do an awful lot. We really need to do that. And we've been working on diadema culture to be able to do that. It's a very difficult task. We're getting closer every year, but it's still a problem that needs a lot more interest, a lot more funding and facilities to be able to restore that critical ecological function to our reefs. Okay.
It's been a while since I've done that. I needed to bring it up.
One of the researchers asked if we would show a little video, and I think the weird frame that you see on the top here is something that they're using for their fish surveys. This is from the fish surveyors from the Middle Keys. I'm sorry, this is from the Upper Keys. So They thought the bait ball was really cool and the habitat was really interesting and wanted to show it to you all. So we're not just sitting inside a room all day, so we can at least look at a video of the reef.
It's just when with their mouths open. Ah, you know.
All right, and so before I turn it over to my colleague Angela Orthmeyer, I just wanted to reiterate that she and I are here in front of you all today, but this is part of a much larger team effort, and we appreciate all the input from the rest of the team, Chris Jeffrey, Dan Dorfman, Christine Addison-Buckle, and many, many others who have helped compile this data and put it into this format. There's a lot more data than we've showed you all today. I'd be happy to talk with you about the data, have a look at what's on the website. If there are other suggestions about analyses, please talk to the sanctuary folks or us. And there's so much data and so much available for these questions. So how do we best apply it to answer the questions that you all have? And with that, I'll turn it over to Angela Orthmeyer, my colleague who's a social scientist and is going to talk about human use data.
Good morning, everyone. I am Angela, and I'm with NOAA's biogeography branch. I'm a social scientist, and I've been working with Shay and the rest of the team to compile the human use data that we presented to the working group and I've been working with. This data is spatial data. It's the data we have available that shows where people do different activities, where things are. There's a lot of other data that is socioeconomic data that looks at how much different industries make in different areas. And we don't have that data to present today, but it is available. Some of it's on the website. But today I'm going to focus on the spatial data. The data we've been working with is in several different categories. We have 2 data sets for commercial fishing, the distribution of commercial fishers, and the distribution of commercial fishing landings. We have this for 8 different species groups, some of the major fisheries in the area. And then we also have data on recreational fishing, the distribution of recreational and charter fishing vessels, information on diving activity, the distribution of dive boats in the area, as well as the distribution of recreational divers, marine debris, and vessel groundings. So the commercial fishing data comes from one source. It was a study about the knowledge, attitudes, and perceptions of several different groups in the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. It was conducted as a part of the long-term socioeconomic monitoring program here in the Keys. There was a similar study done in the mid-90s, and this is a follow-up to that study. And this study gave us some information about where commercial fishers fish and also how much they're catching. So invitations for the survey were sent to all of the commercial fishers that had a saltwater product license in Monroe County in 2006. 294 of those fishers, I think it was about 1,200 fishers, received an invitation for the survey. 294 fishers went through the survey process, which is a pretty good number. It's about a little over 25% it ended up being of the commercial fishers for that season. And the questions gathered information about a variety of things, demographic information, economic information, fishery information, including the use patterns, and then commercial fishers' knowledge, attitudes, perceptions, and beliefs regarding the sanctuary and its management. For this study, for this spatial information, we used the information gathered on use patterns, which I'll show you in a minute. This included efforts, the number of trips taken by each fisher, landings, the cost per trip, and then the use pattern information. And this information was for the 2004-2005 commercial fishing season. They haven't done another study since then, so this is the most recent information that we have that shows use patterns, and that's what we're interested in for this working group process. And we have that spatial information for 270 of those 294 fishers, meaning some of the fishers chose not to tell the surveyors where they fished. The grid in the background there, it's the light gray grid, shows the region of the study. Most of the Florida Keys, or all of the Florida Keys. Just to give you an example of how they gathered this spatial information, each fisher circled an area that they fished. So fisher A circled that area in purple, fisher B, this is an example, green area, and then fisher C may have fished in this area. Let's say that each of these fishers fished for spiny lobster, and they said that they caught 40,000 pounds of spiny lobster during that fishing season. The researchers then digitized this data so that we can then tell how many fishers fished in a given area and the relative landings per species in the region of interest. So in this area down here, we can see that there's 2 fishers in the area of overlap, and they may have caught up to 80,000 pounds in that area. We actually generalize this. It's unlikely that they caught all of their fish in that little area of overlap, but we can't say that they caught an even amount, those 80,000 pounds that both fishers caught. They caught an even amount of fish throughout each little grid cell. So they caught a maximum amount of 80,000 pounds in the area of overlap. What we get are some basically heat maps using the same rankings as Shay explained to show where the areas of potentially highest fishing pressure are for those 8 species groups that I mentioned. And this is an example showing spiny lobster fishers. So in the areas of red, it's the top 25% of all fishers in the whole region. So the most fishers are in the red areas for spiny lobster. And the landings maps look very similar, because we can kind of assume that where there are more fishers, they are also landing more fish, catching more lobster. And we did this analysis for each of the regions. This is for the upper keys. The heat maps are relative to the region. So for the whole keys, the top 25% of the whole keys are in red. You can see that it's a little different when you look at the upper keys here than this map, and that's because what we're showing is the number of fishers relative to just this region. One other thing to note on this map, since the surveys were just done for fishers in Monroe County, there may be more fishing activity in this region from Miami-Dade fishers coming from another area. So we also can show all fishers. So this was just for spiny lobster. This is for all fishers. They're similar, and that could be because a lot of the fishers in the whole keys and also the upper keys are spiny lobster fishermen, a lot of stone crab fishermen. and really dominate all the other fisheries. So for recreational and charter fishing, this data was gathered in a different way. It was actually the same team, Alejandra Acosta from FWC, did flyovers of the reef tract in an airplane, and they counted the distribution of boats along the reef tract. And they also looked at the types of activities people were engaged in. The surveys were done for the purpose of trying to figure out where spawning aggregations were, but because they looked at what people were doing, the activities they were engaged in, we were able to use that data for this process. And the activities that they documented were recreational and charter fishing, commercial fishing, and diving. These surveys were done just the day before, day of, and day after the full moon cycles, from May to August of 2010, 2011, and 2012. So it's a pretty small window of time, and there's probably some seasonal effects because of that. The surveys took place over the reef tract from Perrysport Lighthouse to Western Dry Rocks. And those little dots are observations of boats, and they're very small, but when we met with the small groups, the working groups, we were able to zoom in into different areas. And this is an example of gridding that data, so going through the process that Shay was talking about, of aggregating those observations into a gridded heat map. So this shows the density of recreational and charter fishers per 1 nautical mile squared. And we're using nautical mile here because that's consistent with the way the commercial fishing data was gathered, as well as the diving.
How many numbers are you talking about in that? Say high, medium, low for the commercial and for the recreational. What kind of numbers are you talking about? For commercial fishing, is that 10 fishermen's high or 20, 50? I don't, you know.
That's a good question. We do have the numbers on the website.
Okay.
So for each
You don't have a
fishery you
ballpark
can
on
go
that?
to, but I do have a ballpark for all fishers. Let's see, let's go back. So this is all fishers for the Upper Keys. Let me see if I can remember it offhand. I think I'll have to go back and look, but I believe it was between 10 and 19, something in there, fishers for the high. So not that many. And then the low was probably 1 or 2, but I can get that information for you. Any more questions on the fishing data before I move on? So moving on to diving activity, we were able to derive the information on diving activity from the same 2 studies that I just explained. Instead of interviewing commercial fisheries, they also interviewed dive operators, the same team. And then dive boats were recognized through aerial surveys by the presence of a dive flag. So if a boat had a dive flag, they noted that that vessel was a dive boat. Over the entire reef tract, during the period of the aerial surveys, the team observed about 150 dive boats. And this is the location of the dive boats in the Upper Keys. And hard to see either the little black dots. And each dot on this map represents either one dive boat or several dive boats. But when we go into the data, we can figure out exactly how many are there. And again, the surveys for dive operators gathered information on how many trips each dive operator took, the number of divers that they took to a given location, and where the dive operators were going.
Were you able to distinguish between commercial operators and private dive boats out there? Say you looked at flags. Do you have any data on that?
They did not, for the flyover study, distinguish between personal and dive operator boats. But for this study, the surveys, it's just commercial dive operators.
And I can't remember, I've seen a lot of this data a couple of times, but I can't remember, was it parsed scuba diving versus snorkeling? Or is anybody with a dive flag?
It was anyone with a dive flag, so it could be.
Yeah, because both activities require that, but we don't know out of 10 individuals how many were snorkeling or diving.
Right, and I think that's the same for the dive operator survey.
A lot of those boats take snorkelers and divers.
Right, so it's actually quite clear. That's a good clarification.
Are you capable of teasing out either which dive operators were in spas and which weren't, or which were on buoys and which were on anchor? And again, that particular question speaks to Jeff's question from earlier.
We can see which ones were on there. We don't have information on which dive boats were there. We don't have that. The authors of the study, or the principal investigators of the study might have that information, but it was not released to us, so we can't go in and see who is doing what. But we do have those numbers aggregated, so we can see how many people, how many dive operators are reporting that they dive in the spas or outside the spas. The information was gathered for 2005. And spatial information was given by 56 of the 69 commercial dive operators that answered the survey questions. So this map shows diving activity, or the number of divers in the Upper Keys. And you can see really, at least from the dive operator surveys, it's all around the spas. Moving on to some data on impacts. We have data on the distribution of marine debris. And this was collected by the SCREEN team as well during some of their surveys that Shay was talking about, corals and fish. So they also did some supplemental studies to figure out where marine debris is on the reef tract. And these were just a few of the years just a handful of the years that they had conducted the SCREEN surveys, so not every year. We can see the type of debris. They collected data on where angling debris was found, where trap debris was found from lobster and crab traps, and where other debris was found. So this is kind of a messy map, but you can see green is angling debris, trap is red, and other debris is a beige color. And we can also see where the debris is as far as the zones. So how much debris is found in the spas, in the nymphs and pennycamp lobster management areas, and then in the other areas.
Like the other data that we've seen, they started by identifying where coral reefs are in the sanctuary and selecting a subset of those. So again, this is where there's marine debris on coral reefs, as opposed to this is where there's marine debris in the sanctuary.
That is true. There's probably more debris in other places that's not documented.
Yeah, I would say clearly missing is the shoreline, right? I mean, that would be one big red stripe, at least there's some of the places along the Keys.
Right. Good point. And then just to feed off of that, one thing we're doing with the working groups is we're having people give their information on the distribution of marine debris or where they fish. We're having people give supplemental information as well during the part of the working group process. So that's also taken into account The last data set for human use is vessel groundings. Vessel groundings are reported to Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary. And during these reports, they note coordinate of the grounding, the habitat type that the grounding was on, the vessel length and type, and also the vessel name. And they gather this information to track groundings, to assess fines and recover damages, the cost of damages. So again, we can see where these groundings occurred, if there are any patterns on the reef tract or in other areas. A lot of them occur in shallow areas, which makes sense. And we can also see how many groundings occur in those managed areas. Any questions? All right, thank you.
Okay. If there's no clarifications and questions, I mean, we're going to talk about this later. We can take a quick break right now and then pick back up in, say, 15 minutes, and then let's really tear into this and try to have those girls both back up just to help us with some of our questions. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Also, I just remind you, if you want to eat here, you need to have your name checked. If you don't want to eat here, that's fine. So it's 10:25 on my watch. We'll be back at 10:40. Okay? Thanks. Okay. So now's our chance to dig into some of this stuff. We're not necessarily limited to the presentations today, but we're stepping back into this process. The people in the work groups are certainly feeling the heat and feeling the, I don't want to say frustration, but maybe frustration of trying to accomplish something. There is a lot of data out there. There's enough data to create these zones. I think we need to be looking at that data and making our recommendations. You know, the SAC, we have I guess I look at the bottom line in all this is we have a chance, the community of the Florida Keys, to decide our future. And we need to take that chance. And we need to use whatever tools are available to help make the decisions, but we also need to not back down on making some tough decisions. Decisions I think that'll preserve our fishing industry down here, commercial and recreational, but also preserve our reefs and the thing that, that the goose that's laying the golden egg, we need to take care of that goose and not just keep taking eggs. So I want to open it up to comments on this last couple of presentations. I mean, I think there's some issues that we all probably want to talk about. I'll open it up. If there's anybody who has an update, I'll let you start out. Dave Vaughn.
Well, as the member representing science and monitoring, I would be amiss to not mention comment at all. And I think some of the biggest comments is what I hear in the paper and in the public and questioning, let's wait for the science. And as many of you have seen here, science is made of a number of factors. It's data, it's acquisition of data, and it's analysis, and then it's also implementing procedures. We see here from this information that the Keys are very, very lucky that we have so much data available, as well as data available in a GIS format that's available at the website for anybody to see. The question comes up then later is what do you do with that data? And how do you implement something to improve the management of a system? And that's always the tough part. But I want to make sure everybody realizes that we can't afford to just sit and wait for the science. The science data is there. We'll always want more and need more. But it's time to act, because if we don't act on doing something, it'll just keep going downhill. It's obvious that the data is there that shows the condition report from the sanctuary from just a couple years ago that we need to do something, and management changes is what to do. And just encourage the public to implement thinking of giving their opinions, but their opinions of how to make it better, not just not do anything. Thanks.
Next. Jeff?
Hi. I just wanted to say something. I don't want to give the wrong impression that, you go to some of these meetings, and I'm sure some of the people Ken were talking about were some trap fishermen, some of these guys just aren't politically correct, and, they should speak in turn and all that, but in general, sometimes I get the impression that, we just want to take everything, and we're not into protecting the environment, and, that's the furthest thing from the truth. We need a healthy reef to support our fishery. And for years, we've been addressing these issues. We've cut our traps in half. We've worked on almost all these research projects. You see these trap studies. They've gone on my boat. I volunteered my time in my boat. I'm doing some of these studies. We have a very vested interest in a healthy ecosystem. So, we just wanted, as a commercial fishing representative, you can imagine the amount of fishermen I have calling me because I'm representing them, and the amount of flack that I got to take, it just seems like we've given up really the most of anybody, and things haven't gotten better. We've actually cut our effort in half, where the diving recreation has just kept blossoming, blooming, growing and growing. And it's really tough when you're out there, you're fishing your traps and stuff, and you're fishing in the sand or, off the reef, and you see people standing up on the coral heads, and anchoring, you start paying attention to it more. I do, at least, after some of these meetings, and I'll pay attention to the patch areas, the dark areas, and I'll look there and I'll see 8 out of 10 boats are anchored on the rocks. The professional dive boats, they're always in the sand on the mooring buoy. They know better. But it's just, you're trying to do the best you can to help out the environment, and then you have just uneducated people that are just, everything you're trying to help is just being hurt. And that's why we're so, it's not that we're trying to lay the blame on the other industries, It's just like, hey, we're doing our part. We've taken these reductions. Everybody else has to take a little bit of a hit. And it almost seems sometimes like there's a little reluctance. Well, we're kind of the small guys. We're the easy targets. There's very few. A lot of us show up at the meetings because it affects us more than anybody else, these measures, And, I just wanted to give you that perspective. A lot of these guys feel like, if you looked at all the closed areas, you saw that map of Key Largo with the high density of traps, and in certain areas, mostly Hawks Channel out to the reef. Yeah, the traps for Miami come down to about that area. All the fishing areas are Miami River, that's where all the boats come out of, and Key Largo Fisheries area, that's where all the boats come. So that's like where they thin out is where the bigger boats can make it, the smaller boats stay closer. And they can't fish in the bay, that's all. Everglades National Park or, the lobster management area there in Biscayne Bay. So they're kind of squeezed into that little bit of area there. So it may look like they're fishing, but that's really the only place they can fish. So the more areas you take away from them, and especially what they're worried about is these big giant areas they're talking about in the sand and the grass. And the one thing I like about these studies is, they aren't going into the sand and the grass and, looking at the densities of fish and stuff. But, we all know that your highest densities of fish are going to be that high profile reef hard bottom. You go out swimming around in the sand, there's going to be species buried in the sand and stuff you can't see, but if you're doing a survey, you're not going to see them anyways unless you dig up in the sand. I mean, and that sand and grass is least impacted, bottom of, way less impact than the hard bottom, because you don't have the people diving and fishing and all that stuff. If they do anchor in sand, it's not going to do anything really, disturb the sand, make something in the sand move or something. But anyways, that's our big problem is we've just given up so much, and we just want everybody else to admit that they're also, making an impact on the bottom, and they need to address their impacts like we have been. And that's pretty much all I'm going to say.
Yeah, Pete Frezza, he's an alternate. Pete, you can sit at the table if you want.
Thanks. Shay, I have a question about that aerial survey that was done for the purpose of assessing the mutton snapper fishery. I'm just wondering if there's any results or conclusions that came about from that study that you or any other staff foresee that could be integrated into this marine zoning process.
That's a really good question. That study's still ongoing. So the results have not been published yet. What we have here is the most recent data. So we can show where the aggravations are, where they've seen them, where they've been reported by fishermen, but there's not a whole lot of worked up results yet in terms of areas. That's recent data.
Yeah, as we more and more often hear that the perspective about everybody doing their part, everybody pulling their weight, it would be really valuable to us to be able to have easily accessible information about anchoring damage, areas of anchoring, diver impacts, etc., so that we can make informed decisions down the road. I mean, the point about that one high profile or high significant area of pillar coral that was already blocked off from trap activity, to consider eliminating anchoring in that area as well as it can be done, I think brings to mind that point that I don't think it's ever going to be equal, because the diver areas are so much more intense, so much of it, but if there's even a little bit, I'm sure it would be better for the resource if the science supports it.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify for folks, if you didn't, maybe I wasn't clear, because Jeff asked specifically about the zone. Anchoring in coral is restricted throughout the sanctuary. That's regulated throughout the sanctuary, has been since 1997. And there was additional legislation by the state of Florida to make it double secret prohibited in state waters, anchoring on coral. So those are already in place. Especially if you can see them.
Sean, they're in place, but they're not really enforced because it is a visual thing. If your anchor is touching a coral, then you're busted. But if it's just touching a hard bottom area, you're not busted. And there's no officer who's going to jump in the water and say you're touching a hard bottom or a coral. So it's on paper, but it's not realistically even talked about. I mean, I'm not trying. I get it. It is there, but it's, I think there could be some teeth to it, or some zones that are clearly marked.
Yeah, well, and I don't disagree with that. I just didn't want people to think that.
Yeah,
I was just going to follow it up. You said most of it, Ken. Anchors drag. So in areas that are so significant, like that pillar coral area or others, if you created a halo like you are for the trap here, it would be a tough choice if I had to make whether I'd rather drop a trap or an anchor on an area of pristine reef. I might pick the trap because of the more potential devastating impact that a dragging anchor can have than a trap. So I'd pick both, not dropping if I had my choice.
Ben?
I'll just say that we've had some of these discussions in the ecosystem working group. One of the things that have been raised is the idea of absolutely no anchoring in spas currently. This isn't something that has been confirmed or recommended, but it has been part of the discussion, which obviously takes a situation and the first thing it does is it creates a maximum load per area if you can only use mooring balls in that area. But it does also create some other issues. So if you're a dive boat, and I think Joe brought this up probably best in the working group, and due to the wind direction, there's only 2 or 3 places that you can dive, and you got 20 people on the boat or 50 or whatever it is, and you go out to go to work that day, and there's no mooring balls because that's the only safe, reasonable place to anchor, and you can't do it. It creates problems. What do you do with those people? Do you take them to unsafe conditions? Do you take them back in and refund them their money, which is not going to happen as in the real world? So it is something that we've discussed. We've discussed then who provides mooring balls and where, and different wind swings. There's a lot of factors that go into that. But at the last working group meeting, we put up a display on, I think it was French's Reef, where a piece of elkhorn coral was shattered. And it was shattered by an anchor on in a spa when there were mooring balls available. So it happens. Everything that any of us do on the reef impacts the reef. And to Jeff's point, and to an email that I sent out probably a month ago, fairness in these rules, where we're not segregating out one or 2 groups and allowing 1 or 2 groups either not use something or 1 or 2 groups just to use something. If we're talking ecosystem protection, then that's the entirety, and that means that everybody that's doing anything in the environment has some impact in that environment.
I just want to drift back for a moment to the fundamental aspects of what it is we are trying to do. And I think there are 2 avenues that we have to really consider. One is to protect the exceptional areas, and that perhaps we can do with special preservation areas. And the other is to protect the ecology of the ecosystem, the basic ecology of the ecosystem. And that we can only do through marine protected areas.
Shay, where did you go? I was particularly taken by your first analysis there of how much in Medimyer Keys area is a protected area. 3%. So 97% of the sanctuary is available for general use. Is that correct?
I believe so. Let's pull up that slide, because I'm not sure I have the numbers quite memorized yet.
Chris, you want to make a comment?
Don't let them have the microphone.
Yeah. And Jeff, when you were just in comments earlier, I think one of the things that would be, and is there a way to go around that? Is there a way to grandfather those fishermen in for a period of time? I think there's a lot of things that we haven't talked about, because it's tough. I mean, I've sat through a little bit of that meeting, and I know these work group members sat through all of it, and I think we're going to have to think outside the box on how we create these zones and what we do. But I think the data is going to be helpful. I don't want to get too far off. I want to get back to Bruce.
Okay, so let me just go over the slide again. So this is the Upper Keys region, outlined in blue, where the Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary is. So we looked at this whole area, and how much of that area is within spas or special use areas, which are in Navy, and how much are in the NMFS areas close to lobster trap gear, which are in our brown, and the Pennicamp coral formation areas in the purple. And if we make that 100%, right, 97% of the area in the Upper Keys region is within the sanctuary outside of spas, SUAs, or NMFS or Pennicamp lobster management areas. So 1% of the area is within the spa or special use area, and 2% of the area is within the NMFS and Pennicamp lobster management areas.
Thanks, Shay. Now, I understand you have the same data for every one of the regional areas that we have, and for the entire sanctuary.
We are putting it together for the other regional areas.
Okay, good, all right. Because I know in past discussions, I think we currently, including the Dry Tortugas, which is a huge area, of the 2,900 square miles that is in the Fort Keys National Marine Sanctuary, I think it's less than 5% of the sanctuary is in some kind of protection. That is an extremely small percentage. I mean, realistically, that's not going to solve the problem with the ecosystem destruction that we're seeing in the decline of the ecosystem. I go back to the issue that, what we've been talking about, which is that we have to be scientific based. We need to have, this needs to be based on fact, not opinions. It has to be ecosystem approach, where we look at the entire system, which is what you've done with all the data that you have laid out here. And if we accomplish this, it's going to enhance the resource. It's going to enhance fishing. It's going to enhance the dive opportunities. It's going to enhance commercial fishing. I think it's going to have a huge impact on the overall ecological balance of the resource. I also have, I pulled this out of the paper here just to give you a perspective. Captain Skip Bradeen, he fishes right out here in Vermont. He's been fishing here for 50 years. He was interviewed in the paper, and I just pulled out one little piece of it just to give you a perspective on what he's seen here in 50 years. He says, I've seen plenty of changes in South Florida fishers over 50 years. On everything, on average, everything we catch is smaller. It used to be that a flag yellowtail was between 4 or 5 pounds, what we called a pennants in the old days, 14 inches, or what people call flags today. Amberjacks used to be 75 pounds, now they average 40 or 50 pounds. Muttons used to be 15 to 20 pounds, now they're 5 pounds. He said slammer dolphin by 20 pounds or above were very common in decades past. I know some like Keys charter captains, he also has a problem with he has no problem with the annual 4-month shallow water grouper closure throughout the South Atlantic. I think when it's spawning season, let's not catch any. The most vulnerable then, they're most vulnerable then, and when they should be off limits. It pains me when people say, I can't wait for spawning season because fish get so dumb. That's pretty strong anecdotal evidence about the decline in the resource. I know you guys have been doing a very difficult job in the working groups, but I think it's critically important that we start seeing some things put together and some recommendations that come out to the advisory council. Because we do want to have this be a user group based, process. I'm going to tell you this, and just as a joke more than anything, there's a saying about not arguing with stupid people because they bring you down to their level and then they beat you with experience. So keep that in mind when we're talking about fact-based information and how we approach that. And let's make sure that our goals, 3%, I mean, realistically, we're not doing anything there yet at this point. Thank you.
Joe, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm on one of those working groups, and it's tough sledding, I would say. But I just had a couple of comments too. To what David was saying, the anchoring thing is tough, and I recognize that it's probably most constrained by budget, really. Having all weathers available at all locations is desirable, but I don't think reasonable. So I think that, and again, to what David was saying over here, I think you'd clearly rather throw a lobster trap on a coral reef than an anchor because it doesn't have a bunch of ground tackle on the boat attached to it, and that's where as the boats swing and move in the current, I think that the anchor bites, but the chain and the tackle does all the damage largely, and it's a big sweeping thing. And I'm a guy who likes to have a boat properly anchored and be able to work in the weather. So, but I think that we could probably get somewhere as a group talking about some limitations on anchoring. The commercial fishing, or charter fishing, diving people, these aren't the people that, what Jeff's saying, these aren't the people that are throwing their anchor in the coral. It's, the guy with the boat on the trailer that brought it down from the lake and just doesn't know anything about it. We're talking about stepping up a little more with the educational piece. I will say that we would like to, I'm on the last working group, we would like to hand to the Sanctuary Advisory Council consensus. I don't know if that's realistic. I think what you'll see is some recommendations just based on being in this group for a year and a half. I think there are also some other tools too, and this is kind of like a conceptual thing. So anyway, I don't expect a clean piece of legislation or whatever you want to call it coming up your way. I don't think. I would also say this too. From the tourism perspective, I want to make sure that there's coral and fish in the restaurants for people to catch, for people to go see 10 years from now as the baby boomers age, and our tourism people do just yeoman's work as far as making the Keys desirable to everybody in the United States, and more tourists come down here. I think we got to be prepared for bigger numbers of people using the resource 10 years out and 15 years out before it's somebody else's job to do this work. I think to that end, another tool we had brushed on, and I don't know if we're going to get there in the zoning working group, but for consideration, we had touched on professional use areas or even some type of limited entry concept that has been a guiding premise in commercial fishing worldwide. Maybe it's time to think about, in preparation for more people, limited entry for snorkeling, bird watching, scuba diving, and grandfather everybody who's working on it now, so that when 10 years from now, when a guy retires who's got more money than everybody else down here because they've been fishing and diving all these years, he's got to buy a business from somebody down here. He just can't go down and register, and we got now 5,000 dive shops or 5,000 charter businesses. Maybe it's time to consider limiting the amount of activity and making people purchase existing businesses. And that would give it real value to the owners, and that will reward also people for having been here and invested in the community, and give also probably provide opportunities for this educational outreach and law enforcement that we're talking about that we don't have enough money for. So anyway, I offer that just as a concept.
I agree with a lot of what Joe said there. I think that makes a lot of sense, and that's another discussion that has come up in the working groups. I'd like to go back for a moment and talk about some of the information that Bruce put out there. I believe non-extractive use was 5.79% as the sanctuary puts it out, sanctuary-wide, and that seems like a low number. If you were to look at what a marine protected area is, the entire Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary qualifies as a marine protected area, it's just not non-extractive. If you were to take a look at that representation of the Upper Keys up there, and you were to talk about fairness, you were to look and see that that entire area is completely off limits to marine life collections. So when we talk about, no? The Upper Keys? Ken, yes?
From Pennicamp.
Sean says no.
The green line right there for Pennicamp.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Took that all the way up to the sanctuary boundary and then went up.
From there up.
All that.
Key Biscayne, off limits
Yeah,
to marine life collection. The Everglades, off limits to marine life collection. So one of the things that we have to do as a sanctuary is consider those other boundaries around the sanctuary. In addition to that, from a trapping standpoint, a lot of these guys that are here used to be able to fish in the Everglades National Park, and they can't do it anymore. So they have been consolidated into what is now the sanctuary. Also, Key Biscayne is going through its own management process, and things are changing up there, whatever that means. So when you look at protection, it depends on the fishery, it depends on the activity, it depends on what's going on. So there are vast differences in what protection means to different industries and fisheries.
I'll follow you again. One thing I need to point out as a fishery biologist, way back when, is that when you catch a fish, it's not just a fish. The fish used to be an egg, it used to be a larval fish, it used to be a juvenile fish. It is a product of the ecology of that ecosystem. And if you treat it just as a fish, and if you manage the fish stocks as you would manage a herd of cattle, it's not going to work. You have to protect the ecosystem that produced that particular species. It is a vital mix of many different kinds of organisms, everything from plankton to predators to prey. And the only way you can protect the ecosystem is through a marine protected area.
Bob?
As far as data collection is concerned, there are three things that I don't know about the activity that I represent, the diving activity that I represent on this group, that I think would be useful for us in our deliberations about zoning and regulation. One, I don't know the percentage, proportion of divers that are under the control of the operators versus on their own. Second, I don't know the percentage of divers that are snorkelers. And third, I don't know the percentage of divers that are fishermen, that spear fish. If there's anything we can do to, maybe somebody knows the answer to that, but that's a source of data that I think would be very useful to us as far as the diving population is concerned.
I just wanted to go back into this map we were talking earlier about, you know, this whole area, Everglades National Park. You know, when you look at it and you see these little no-take areas, as far as the lobster fishery, the lobster trap fishery, you know, like talking about earlier, this whole Everglades National Park, you can fish, you can dive there, but you can't trap there. This up here, on this other end here, this is all a lobster sanctuary for the small lobsters. But you can still, the commercial shrimpers can go in there and drag nets on the bottom to supply bait shrimp to the recreational industry. To me, that doesn't make any sense, you know, because it's got to be impacting the lobster fishery, dragging nets on the bottom. You know, I've talked to some of the guys that worked on those boats. It's crazy. But, you know, and then we can't fish traps out in that deep water. If there is some, there's not many. So, you know, we're fishing a small percentage of this map right here. We're just fishing a small little percentage of it. So it's just one thing to consider when we look at that map. We look at where we can't fish, and then we're down to that. That's why everything, you know, especially our prime area, the grass and sand, the big fishing, all that area you saw fishing in, most of those traps are all on that sand and grass bottom. So if you want to take more of that away, we're all for protecting the rocks, the reef, or whatever. If the sand, if you can show me some signs that says the sand in the grass is super important.
If you get too close to the speaker,
You know, we'll go for it. I just, you know, just want to show you how much we really, just like the marine and life industry, there's a lot of that area that we can't touch. And the Everglades isn't in the sanctuary, but it is a protected area that abuts the sanctuary.
I think Jeff has a point that I was going to make too, and if you do the line of the sanctuary boundary, I mean, realistically, below 100 feet, there's not a lot of activity. There's some activity. So if you brought that line in and then the inshore Carp Sound took that out, you know, the area that we're really using on the offshore ocean side, and determine how much of that area is protected in the Upper Keys, the number would be a lot different. So the protection in the usable area is higher than 2 or 3%. But a lot of good points brought up here.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, wanted to sort of build on every one of them or respond to some of them, but instead I'm just going to leap ahead in the process and say that once the ecosystem protection working group gets through and creates what Joe thinks is going to be a messy document. I probably agree with you there. You know, we're going to have recommendations. We're going to say, we all agree to do this, and then there's going to be a lot of, some of us thought this was a good idea and others didn't. It's not going to be crystal clear. It's going to be really incumbent upon this group then to take whatever we can accomplish in that group and put it together with the other three, look back at the objectives of this process, and wrestle with that. And I don't know how long that's going to take, but you know, we have to. I mean, everybody's been stating their, you know, their case, or you know, what they think is the most important thing. So we're going to have to deal with all of it and find the middle ground wherever it is. And that's what the whole process is about. And not fun really, but it's what we're doing. We're going to keep doing it.
Dave?
Okay. Well, I think Jeff makes a good point that we have to be very sensitive, and I think Ken talked about it earlier, somebody did anyway, that we need to look at those usage areas to try to capture SCIP's approach while still trying to preserve those individuals' livelihood. There's unbelievable amount of research on the value of seagrass from the ecosystem approach. And in our shallow water group, I was quite taken by the significance of the sand and beach areas in terms of their ecological contributions when we had presentations there. So there is actually research out there, and I don't know if it's available, but if it isn't available, I bet it will be soon. And so there is some out there. But that being said, I'm not dismissing Jeff's point of view. But I think we got to look at some way to match up Skip's point of view with Jeff's point of view and try to make some lemonade out of lemons.
And that 5% of the sanctuary which are protected, or sanctuary area, is that the entire area? Is that including the land areas, or is that just the actual water area? Because there's quite a bit of miles of land. That's just
it's water.
It's just water area.
It's just water.
And something like 4.5 of that 5.7% is the two ecological reserves.
And
roughly.
I wasn't suggesting that sand and grass isn't an important ecosystem. I was just saying that I don't think it's impacted by the recreational, commercial, divers, whatever. It's just, you know, I don't think that the traps, the fishing pressure, the anchors are as big of an impact in those types of habitats as they are on the hard bottom and coral habitats.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is where we're going to have to look at what are the real threats. You know, it's not just theoretical. Oh, we want to. I remember discussions early on, 2 or 3 years ago. Oh, we should set aside 25% of the Florida Keys Marine Sanctuary as ecological reserve, or no, 30%, oh, 10%. You know, those numbers. You really need to look at how much each of these major habitat types and which species, particularly the ones that are not doing well, where they're found, and try to balance all those things out with continued sustainable uses. Hard.
Susie, I haven't heard from you, but you've been sitting through these meetings as a work group member and a SAC member. Do you have any comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to take time and listen to what everybody was saying. It's tough. It's really hard. I've spent a lot of time talking to the fishermen. I grew up with a fisherman. I'm learning to be a scientist, so I kind of have a perspective of everything. And we just go over and over these things, and we get the bottom line. I like to try to get like, okay, what are we going to do? What are we going to do next? To me, the big picture is choose wisely based on the science, the most productive, no-brainer areas that we know are either important for spawning, you know, to give that ecosystem approach, like Skip's talking about, to let the fish be able to be unharassed in these areas, and then perhaps there can be some, because this is so important, the trade-off is there. It's more important for that area than any other use. We have to decide, maybe one in each part of the Keys, and maybe try to gather some of those other features that are adjoining instead of spreading different things out with little gaps between them, and let some of those important juvenile grass and sand areas that adjoin the most important parts that we see fish coming out of, and maybe that's one approach. I also wanted to bring up, as an example, we did talk about snapper ledge, and actually we didn't reach any kind of consensus on it, but I felt that there was some agreement on, that's an example right there of just that it's an important area for perhaps juveniles and not particularly of high relief reef or anything like that, but we were stalemated at the idea of creating a spa, which we have been talking about in here. However, some of the fishermen that I talked to were like, well, make it a reserve, nothing, nobody goes in. So that was kind of, we're working through some things, we're getting close to some things, like where we have to quit pointing fingers about how much divers are doing this and fishermen are doing that, and agree on the most productive, important hotspots, because we have to start somewhere, and we have to try to do something to let these resources have a chance to, so more people are coming, and it's not going to happen unless we do it. We got to do something. We all got to figure out the best way to do it, and I think we'll be able to live with that when we do make that wise choice. So I think the other thing is, more than anything, is again, we've been talking about the education, and as we've been talking about the Upper Keys today, and one of the biggest problems in the Upper Keys that I see in particular is, as we brought up, some of the recreational, somebody that comes down, trailers their boat, goes out, and not aware. They think that when they're in the spa, maybe they're in the sanctuary, they don't realize they're even in the sanctuary when they get into the Keys. And we have this heavy impact from all these millions of people just to the north of us that maybe some of the rest of the Keys don't have, and we need to concentrate on reaching these people when they're launching their boat, when they're in the bait stores. So I know I'm kind of jumping ahead, but these are the kind of things that we've been talking about, and I think they can make a difference. And I'd like to try to get to work and figure some stuff out after all this time we've been on this group. So.
Thank you, Susie. I'd kind of like to actually go around. There's a lot of people in here that never say anything, and I want to hear what your hearts are. Well, if you don't mind saying something, I'd like to just get Jerry, sometimes you're very vocal and sometimes you're not, but I'd like to get a piece out of you and everybody else, if you don't mind. I think it's important that we articulate what's on our hearts and what we're thinking, if you can.
Well, Ken, I'm just trying to find out, get the best information I can and listen to as many sides. My opinion, and if that's what you're asking for, my opinion is that we don't have a choice but to have some more protected areas. I don't know if an ecological reserve is the answer or not, but some of the data that we've gotten from those indicates that if you close an area, the adjacent areas greatly benefit. And I see that in Everglades National Park, where I actually work. We did a study, well, I don't know, a decade or more ago, where we compared the size of mangrove snapper within the crocodile sanctuary, which is off limits to everybody, and compared the size structure there to that in Florida Bay, and then compared that as well to Biscayne Bay, which had much heavier pressure. And it's very clear that the fishing, the mean size of the fish in Biscayne Bay was below the size limit. In Florida Bay, it was right at the size limit. And in this protected area, it was well above it. And that clearly shows some fishing pressure. And so that's something that we learned, and I think that's where I feel we need to go. We gotta have these protected places, to echo what Skip is saying, that allow from start to finish the life of some of these organisms to be unmolested.
Skip over Don, you don't articulate a lot of times. Go ahead, Don.
Well, I have to look at what, my experience is. And my experience in the Tortugas, instead of helping set that area aside, we did surveys out there prior to setting it aside. And I was on the surveys. We did 96 dives in 10 days. Of those locations, we were looking for keynote species, like in particular the mud snapper. On 14 out of those 96 spots, we found 2 muttonfish. Now this was in 1998 or 99, I forget which. The area was set aside, and in going back to those same 14 locations where we had seen 2 muttonfish before, in the first 4 years that the area was closed, it was up to 200 at the same locations where there were 2 before. At, I think 8 years later, there was another survey out there, and they were coming up with 12,000 per location. Same 14 locations as when I was out there, where they had found 2 before. So I look at the fishing boats that go out there, the commercial boats, the head boats, and so on. And clearly, prior to me getting on the sanctuary, the fishing boats would come in and they'd have 10 to 12 boxes, which is a 4x8 sheet of plywood with the sides built up, full of muttonfish. And then over a period of time, it got down to they were finally coming back in with 1 box that was only half full of muttonfish. And at that point, we started a ferry service instead of a fishing service. Now, going to those areas that we set aside and going just outside of them, they're back up to 8 or 9 boxes of muttonfish, amongst others, for 1 trip, 3-day trip. So that's very clear to me. The other thing I think we have to do is, when we say look outside the box, how far outside the box do we want to look? What we're doing right now is going to affect not only the people that are here now, but the people who will come in future generations. The population of Florida is not going down, it's going up. 1,000 people a day move to Florida, 38% of them buy boats. I know next year there's not going to be any reduction in the ability of electronics to find fish. I know that there's not going to be any less fishermen, but there are going to be less fish. If you look at what's done in many of the rivers of the world, they do like trout hatchlings and whatnot and release the trout and salmon and whatnot back into the ocean. I think we have to start looking at stuff like that. That's really far out of the box for salt water, but we have to look that way because there ain't going to be, there's nothing going to be there if the population keeps going up and people keep fishing the area. You also have to look at, my favorite one is the Cabo Pulmo Reserve in Baja California. And it was originally visited by John Steinbeck and Dr. Ricketts, who did a book on it called The Log of the Sea of Cortez. And what they saw then went away completely. But within 4 years of Cabo Pulmo being set aside as a no-take zone, the amount of fish biomass was up 496% from what it had been before that. Clearly, setting the areas aside would work. But I think in the future, we're going to have to augment some of those sites with outside help. I don't think we're in a position to do that right now, but we must in the future, because unless you have an area like the Tortugas with about the size of the Tortugas, you're not going to get going from 2 fish to 12,000 plus. Just isn't going to happen.
I've been thinking about, any proposed regulation changes or closed areas, however you want to term it. And we talk about being science-based and working on logic and all of that. And this data presentation, all this GIS information is really wonderful. And I think will help tremendously. But I think there should just be some guiding principles that we work with. I know the public really fears this. A lot of people do because they think we're just going to create black holes and you know, with really no rhyme or reason to them, and just kind of hope that everything works out at the end of the day. And I think if we work through this and have very clear-cut objectives for all of this and can articulate those to the public and to ourselves and to staff, it will be very helpful. And I think, you know, with any change, regulation change or a protected area change, we need to clearly outline what the problem is and clearly outline what the objective is. Is it restoration? Is it preservation? Is it, you know, we need to have proposed goals. We need to have a proposed solution to that, all right? Now we've created our change, we've created our SPA, whatever. We need to monitor the progress. How are we going to measure whether or not this is working? Is it doing any good? What are the effects? We need to talk how that's going to happen, when it's going to happen, what sort of a schedule, who's going to be doing it. That's a big issue. And then, after some sort of period of time to be determined, we need to lay out the results from that monitoring. And, you know, determine, was it a success? Was it a failure? Were the goals of the changes, were they met? And then we need to ask, you know, so what? You know, now, you know, what happened, and now what? What do we do next? Do we keep this change in effect? Is it doing any good? Or do we just abandon it and go back to something else? So anyway, I think those are just some guiding principles that we need a structure, a framework for any of these changes, and something that lays it out explicitly, step by step. And it's not going to be as scary to the public. And it may make a lot more sense to people if we do those sorts of things. So, it's my 2 cents.
As much as I'd like to think we could try and solve some of the inequities with commercial fishing and you know, tropical fish, I'm not sure that we can accomplish that except as we move forward. So I think we need to take that into consideration. This is a complicated process, but you know what? We have to get decisioning. So I'm moving the ball forward, and I think it's critically important. The longer we take for this, during that time frame, the resource continues to climb. So.
Good move, Bruce. Let's keep it moving. 2 thoughts. One, I have, when I come to every SAC meeting in the last year, I thank my lucky stars for drawing the long straw in the working group. We go there for the grace of God. Do I go with Ben and Chris? Let's go back 10 years when we had the fishery management group up at Biscayne National Park. Much akin to Skip Brady's comments in the paper when we sat that first meeting. There wasn't anybody at that table, the 24 quote user stakeholders. There wasn't one person who did not admit that the park was in trouble. Is there anybody here at these tables that can admit that we don't have a problem? I think the problem is not the problem is the solution. About 10 minutes ago, Bruce brought to light the 3% of the Upper Keys. That there are spas. I guess I was a little taken back. I looked at the Carrisford Spa with one of those slides that showed that the richness density was only about 1/3. And it looked far better at Turtle Rocks. And here's the spa 20 years later, right at the reef line, but only 1/3 of it is dense with fish and corals. I wondered why. Maybe, even though that only 3% of that, the upper keys or spas, that probably represent 10% of the reef. Just like Biscayne National Park with this fishery management plan that they, with FWC that they're trying to put in, it's only 8% of the park, but it's 40% of the reef. Maybe the problem is not in the reef. Going back to what Jerry said, perhaps we should look more from the mangroves to the reef. Maybe the fish aren't making it to the reef to start with. I mean, those flag yellowtail, they're not born at the reef. I mean, they're born in those mangroves that we cut back and go through those grass beds and those interior reefs. So maybe this plan, as opposed to focusing on the reef, which everybody likes because it's popular and there are divers there, and you never see people going through and snorkeling grass flats. Maybe we should spend some time, money, effort, and science and work from the reef line in, as opposed to just concentrating on another 20 or 30% of the reef. When we did have our fishery management group, we were fortunate. We had no science in that other than skip mow. We didn't want science. Not that we didn't believe in science, but science is numbers, and then you're going to use numbers against numbers. It was far better to have the stakeholders all agree that we had a problem without having to rely on a bunch of numbers.
Well, I have to agree. I got an even longer straw being in the coral restoration working group, because 10 years ago we would have thought that was the hard part. Now we realize that the technology is far enough advanced, that's the easier portion of this. The marine zoning and regulation really had the hardest job of that working group. When I look at some of this scientific data, and you look at where the corals are, overlaid where the fish are, it's where the people. That would be a perfect thing as a biologist to just say, okay, that's an area to preserve, but that's where the people are. That's where the divers are, that's where the fishermen want to be. So the hardest job is to be fairness to all the user groups. That's the hardest part. But if this working group doesn't kind of try to wrap up and get at least to the Sanctuary Advisory Council, its recommendations, right or wrong, controversial, not controversial, we as the full SAC then will be able to make the decisions from there to move it forward to see what is fairness for the user groups.
I'd just like to echo Chris's call early on today, which was to get SAC members to participate in these working groups, because this is what is going on, and it's 2 days this week. It was 2 days 2 weeks ago. It's 18 days in total. If you look at the 12 that we have scheduled for this year, plus the 6 that we did last year, it's a tremendous amount of effort and time. And I think that the user groups that are in there because they do care about the ecosystem and their fishery long term. And I'd like other SAC members to come and get involved. I'd like to see your guys' faces there and see what we're doing. One of the things we are looking at is hotspots. I think that makes a lot of sense.